Right, good evening everybody, welcome back to VP4TV. As you can hear, I sound a bit funny. If you want to find out why, look at the video on YouTube and you'll see why, because you couldn't make this up. Welcome to Cobra, welcome to Slim, and welcome to anybody else that's out there. We're here for Friday Night 9-Ball, and I hope you can hear me loud and clear. And I hope you can understand me. We are too short, and we may well be too short. We've got about another 4 minutes before we go. Probably unlikely we'll get a full house. Welcome to Hog. While we're doing this, I think we'll do a quick reminder. Let me do a quick refresh and see how many more we'll get in. I don't think we'll get any more. I think it's still 14. Quick look. Yeah, I think that still says 14. Right, let's have a quick look for tomorrow. Right. We've got the 4 matches on the schedule for the Virtual 9-Ball World Championships. Tomorrow night we have Bill and Spectre Dawn at 8:30, and then half an hour after that, starting at 9 o'clock, we'll get Albinario and is it Baxter? Who the hell is he playing? Yes, it is. And Slim said he's going to do that match on his channel on Twitch. And then Slim is against Semi-Pro on Sunday night at 7 PM. I will be there for that one. And then we've got Larry and Cobra going at it on the Tuesday, which is the start of my days off. That's 6:30 GM. Well, no it isn't. We're not sure yet until the clocks change. I think that's right enough, 6:30. Because it says +1. Or whatever, I don't know. We'll see what happens after Sunday once the clocks go forward. I'm totally confused. Right. I think we can call it quits as far as that might be 15, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13. No, it's still 14, I can't count. Right, so we'll settle that there's going to be 14 in it, so there'll be a couple of buys. Yeah, there, Slim, that's right. The link, right? Well, how long's to go? Give me a second. I'll go to the screensaver. Hang on, I'll get it for you. You cannot believe this, Slim. I'll tell you. Yes, I keep saying it. You couldn't make it up. Could not make this up. Hang on till I find the damn thing. I'll just shut myself up. Oh, I'm shut up. Right, that's fine. Share, copy, and get out of that. Come back to that. Right, I'm just going to post it in the lobby. No, tell a lie. I can post it in. Aye, wait a minute. Wait till I move across. Hang on. I'll go to a black screen again. Hold on. Check that out. Did that link work? Aye. Right, check that out. Right, we should be back now. So welcome everybody else that's there. We're almost at the top of the hour, probably another minute to go or so. I'll do another quick refresh. I think we're going to halt this at 14 tonight. So 2 lucky people are going to get a buy. So some big matches to look forward to. They're all big matches now. There's nothing that isn't going to be worth seeing one way or another. and I just hope that if Slim is holding to, I don't even care if he doesn't get the start of the match. If you don't get the start of it, don't worry about it, Slim. If you get the end of it, that's what counts. Just so that I can catch it. It'd be much appreciated. Right, I think that's us good to go. The rooms are up. Now, looking at the rooms, we've got Larry and Bankster. Now, I like the Chimpy and Monster match. I like the Larry and Bankster match because Bankster's going to be getting a handicap and could cause Larry trouble. We know that. We've got Segresh Mooncake. That could be quite interesting. Spectre Dawn against DJ Rudo. Jess Death against Travelling TT. I think I'm going to vote for Chimpy and Monster. I'll look at that. Right, we're in. There's no players in. Well, Chimpy's in. Yep. You just would not believe that, and you know, obviously the first thing you do when you think you've got something funny going on is I googled it all and I read it for hours, and I mean when you look at that link that I looked at, the symptoms and the coming about of it is all far too similar for it not to be Bell's palsy. You know, it started off with a chest infection. That was a few weeks ago. And, you know, a lot of these infections still lie about your body, although the major symptoms have gone. And when I read about that thing and I read deeper into it, it's about how these things can actually affect you. And it's a virus that's done it. Now, obviously, when this first started happening, I thought, Jesus Christ, I'm having a stroke. And I thought, well, no, it's not a stroke, because I watched my father have one, and he was totally disorientated. So the symptoms, and of course I can raise my arms and do all of that stuff. I've got no weakness on my right side apart from on my face. So that it's not a stroke. 100% it's never a stroke. Welcome everybody, welcome Semi-Pro. We've got Chimpy in the right lagging, and he looks as if he's won it. That is pretty close, maybe not. No, Monster just won it. So, as I've always said, I'll need to be in my deathbed before I would ever invite a doctor or go to one. I haven't been to one for more than 40 years, and it'll be another 40 years before I can hear one if I can help it. Because I don't think there's, I mean, I've read about it and all, there's not really much medication. I mean, the only thing you can get is the treatment for your eye, because the eyes bother me a wee bit because it's just running. But that, I could live with that. It's just running because you can't blink as regular as you do, and you don't think of it blinking. Blinking just happens. But I like that one, a stroke of tactical genius. Aye. But as I said earlier, nobody at work said anything to me. Mind you, I didn't speak to an awful lot of folk because it was a short shift today, and then as soon as I'm finished, I don't hang around. I get out of the place and get home. So, Monster won the lag, and Chimpy, let's have a look at this. I take it the stream quality's okay, the audio's fine, no complaints. Any complaints, send them in writing, because I'm not interested. So it looks as if it's going to be first blood to Chimpy against the break. Now, you should know that I'm back on my old Gamecaster, that's why the chat's on the screen. Plus I've got the YouTube channel up on my second monitor so I can watch how things are going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh Christ, there's a big long delay in YouTube tonight. That was like 6 seconds. And of course, when I'm on here, the one thing I love about Gamecaster is my little doodle. I like it. Best thing they ever invented. No, but as I say, honestly, I don't think there's no cure for it. I mean, they don't give you an injection and say, you know, come back in a fortnight, it'll be cleared up. You know, it's just something that I mean, the worst side of it is that in rare cases it can be permanent. In normal cases, it's something that will take weeks or a few months to clear up. But I look at it from this point of view, you know, whatever you get in life, you get it. It's not your fault. You get it, whatever it is, and there's worse things to have than what I've got. That's all I'm saying. Well, I wouldn't go as far to say that repetition. See, the doctors didn't do much for my mother and father. They both died as soon as they went to see a doctor. So Monster, immediately under a wee bit of pressure, having won the lag, lost that first rack, he's got a table that we all know he should be getting his way out. Monster, of course, is a convert to 9-ball. He's trying to take his mind off Cowboy because of the pain that he got in that Cowboy World Championships. Cowboy's his game. 9-ball isn't his game. Now, this is crying out for 4 rails here without scratching, except for the fact that he's getting a 5-ball, so I've already forgot the handicap. There you go, straight off the bat. Don't mention curry, for goodness sake. I've just had my dinner. I had a chow mein, but I could have done with a curry as well. So, 1 rack apiece, 2-ball in the break. I don't think he can get to the 1 to pot it, so, and I don't think he's got enough room to really do an awful lot with this either, past that 3. No, he's filled the 3. Well, my eyes are better than that. Yeah, I can play a good game as well, but I don't play 9-ball very often, very rare. And it needs to be a very good day before I'll play good at 9-ball. So that was a quick way to resolve things. 2-1 to Chimpy. Now 5-ball is very dangerous against a player like Monster because we all know he can pot a ball. This time it was a 7. No. The only one I entered was a Cowboy, and that was only for a laugh. Hence why I went out after the 2 games, or 2 matches. Because Cowboy is the only game I really look forward to playing my days off. And even then, if I'm lucky, it's a couple of hours early in the morning, and then there's other things to do during the day. So 7-ball has gone, and that'll be ball in hand. So obviously that pocket up there needs to be cleared. Now let's have a quick look and see if that. Well, I think I would be getting rid of that 5-ball now. Because I'll tell you why, because it's not quite as simple to get on that 3. unless you come down this side and try and play it onto the 5 that way. I don't think this is... I would have played the 1 onto the 5, but then again, the other way that could have went wrong is you could end up hooking yourself in the 1, so maybe that was the right move. I take it back. Having that 6 ball there wasn't handy. Well, I don't know whether you were in this. Was it me and Slim that was having a chat in the lobby the other night? I can't remember. I think it was. And Slim was asking, what do you think might be the next World Championship? So what I did was I went into that little, the search window where I type in 2023 to find the 9-ball World Championship. Well, I typed in 2022. And that showed all the championship tournaments we had during 2022. Now, in that list, snooker wasn't one of them. So, snooker's probably overdue. Well, there's a bad miss for Chimpy. Now, that 8 ball is staying adjacent to the pocket, and it can be cut in, no problem. There's the cue ball going. I think he's fine. Just. 3 cushioning non-existent pockets, you mean? So there's a steal there for Monster. A mistake made with Chimpy. And again, we'll get these 2 balls together. It's always usually another ball in the 9 ball. And this time the 2 doesn't go. At least it will go into this side pocket, but it won't go. I don't think it will. Let's have a look. Yeah, it'll go into the side. Well, that would be the little chimp there. And Chimpy has ball in hand. Now he's looking at the 6. And not the 6, the 2. And it goes into the side, which is handy with ball in hand. Well, I watched that England game last night. I thought they done pretty well. That was a historic result for them against Italy. 60 odd years since they've beaten Italy over there. The thing is, I watched it on a stream that was, I think it was Fox Sports, so it was American commentators I had to put up with. Well, this is a wee bit tricky. I mean, he could go 3 rails or he could check this up. And he's checked it, but you see the problem with that is that he's ended up going way too square on it. He'd have been better to go 3 rails. I mean, if we'd gone that way, and out, he'd have been okay. But he's made it. That was a good shot. Yeah, you can stream as many as you want, Slim. There's never a problem with that. And you know what I say, the more the merrier. I mean, I'm sure there's guys that play VP4 that have done streaming in the past. And why they don't try commentary themselves, I don't know why. Maybe they're embarrassed about looking like an umpty. I mean, what do I care? I mean, look at me. Yeah, that's a no-no inside English. Got to get the terminology right. I mean, there's certain people, not naming names, semi-pro, who call racks and pull frames. But that's more from his blackball days. I mean, that's stupid, isn't it? Well, obviously he's a newbie to the game. See, the one thing that I would always encourage. I mean, you know, first of all, there's no reason why you can't stream, because it ain't going to cost you anything, right? That's the first thing. You get OBS, and it's what is it you call that? It's open source. Doesn't cost you a penny. There's loads of things that you can, there's loads of add-ons and stuff that you can buy when you're streaming off different websites. If you want overlays and all of that crap. But you can look at Slim. Slim downloaded OBS, and he can do live streaming. And he's an umpty like me. He'll admit that. See, I told you. But that's how, there's no reason anybody can't do live streaming. There's no excuse. Costs you nothing. But my advice would be, if you're going to do it in YouTube, because Twitch is just a bit of a hassle for saving your videos. They don't automatically save, yet they force you into actually having to make a whole highlight of the video that you've just live streamed, or you won't be able to save them. And that, to me, that just annoys me. It's just boring and time wasting that you have to go to the bother of doing it. YouTube, you don't have to. As soon as your videos have been live streamed, it's archived automatically, and it's there for as long as they decide to keep it there, or the place shuts down or whatever. So it's 3-2 to Chimpy, and again we'll get this problem with a ball in the 9-ball. Quick look, see how things are here. Well, 6-ball, not a problem, it goes. You know what I'm actually doing? I'm actually holding, when I'm talking, I'm holding my right side of my lips. I've got the two lips, my 2 fingers, one above my top lip, one below my bottom lip, so that I can actually shape my words a bit better, because if I don't, I go blah, 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 blah. So are you saying you actually do live streaming, Spectre? Well, you want to do a bit more of VP4 then? Has what happened before? No. No. No, this is straight out the blue. Straight out the blue. Right, now he's doing the right thing this time. That last time he had the chance to run 3 rails to get on that ball, and he never done it. This time he's absolutely plumb. So now he needs a good angle on this 7, and this is going to have to be forced big time here, and now he's got himself even more awkward. He's right over the 9, couldn't have made it any more difficult. Yeah, now that needs to run. I think he's done for here. Yeah. Well, I'd be giving this the old heave-ho. Give it a blast and hope. Yeah, well, that's actually that's a good shot. That's excellent. That wasn't a blast, that was well controlled. No, I've got a little hanky here and a dab my eye. That's the only thing that's annoying. It's just annoying that because you're not aware of it, you're not blinking as often in your right eye as you are in your normal eye. Well, there was a chance for Monster there, but it's finished perfect for Chimpy. Well, I was thinking I actually get my right leg amputated here, Pig, to go the full Boona. Good evening, good afternoon to Bill. This is the Quasimodo VP4TV channel. So 3 apiece eventually. Yeah, but I'd have to stop and I'd have to stop and do that every 10 minutes or so while I'm working. I just prefer a soft hanky. That does the trick. It just dries up the tears. Let me have a quick look. I'm looking at my frame rate, 60 FPS I'm getting at 1080. We've got 9 watching on YouTube, so that's a good sign. It'd be unusual if YouTube would more than Twitch. Twitches usually get more than YouTube. Now, this rack should be over now, as long as Chimpy can get himself back up for that 4 ball. And this, he doesn't want to try and force this. You just got to let the pace of the shot and the bounce do the trick rather than trying to force it, because you can end up getting way too much top spin in the cue ball. Well, I've got my last holiday tomorrow, which is my last holiday of 2022, if you know what I mean, because the new financial year starts in April. And this is the very last day that I'm owed, so I've got tomorrow off, which is good because the football's on tomorrow as well. And then we'll get the big match, couple of matches tomorrow night in the 9-ball World Championship. Now, the way I've worked this out, this match that I'm doing starts at 8:30, which effectively is 9:30. And by the time it's finished, it might be after 11 o'clock, or actually after 10, which would mean I'm going to bed after 11 o'clock and I'm up at 4 o'clock to go to work on Sunday morning. So I'm not going to have many hours sleep, but there's no way I'm missing that match tomorrow night. Facial palsy or not, I'll be there. So, Chimpy with the lead, 1 rack, and now what's he going to try? A fancy little very thin billiard. I think that's too tight for that. And well, the 1 ball is very tight as well. Well, there's not much room there. If it catches any of that joint, ain't going in. Well, an easy kick, and what I'd be doing here is I'd be playing this with a wee bit of bottom on it to kick that one ball and try and stall the cue ball there, and hope the one ball goes up the table and ducks in behind that 9 and 3 a bit like that. Well, I don't think that goes, and I'll tell you why, because you're at extreme risk of fouling that 9. Yeah, I don't think it went. But that was the sort of idea I had for the safety there. Just hope you get lucky when the ball goes up table and you get some cover and try and leave that cue ball there. Well, I think quite look at this, and there is enough of the 1. Well, there was enough of the 1. Chimpy didn't fancy it, and he's come up with a good, I'll say that again, a good alternative. That was a good shot. That wasn't. That was way off the mark. And Chimpy gets the reward for a decent safety. How many times do you have to see something like that before you guys are going to learn that? Get the safety in. If you can get a good one in, you'll get the reward more often than not. You know, coming from a snooker background like I do, that's always in the back of my mind. Good safeties. For Chimpy, wide open opportunity to get that little gap. Now, he's got a choice. He can run forward, get around the angles, or he can jack up and stall it. Right, so we'll give him that 9 ball. I want to tab out for a minute and have a look at the scores. Let's see what's happening here. Well, we've got Bankster 4. Told you Bankster is, what is it? Is that 2 or 6? Oh no, it's 6. I thought he was up 4-2 there at 6 because you can magnify that a bit. Christian. What's happened in that first match? Stefan's not showing a score. What happened there? Or am I reading this wrong? Oh no, he got a bye. I'm reading it wrong. That's Popman against Christian. Right, we got Mooncake, Sir Gresh, Mooncake, 4-1 up, DJ Rudy. Oh, yeah, that's close. Spectrodon's on the hill. It's only 6-5 though. And 2-1. No, 3-2 to Travelling TT. Meanwhile, Chimpy 5-3 up. Ball in hand again. That looks good pace. The only thing now is, with this shot, you look at the angle he's got in that 4. I think he's got to hope he gets a little bump here, and stunning bump into the 7 or the 6. Is he trying to find a gap? Yeah, just trying to get a bump. Forgot about the 4 ball though, and he would have had to jump to get the 5. But I think that was the the sort of easiest way to hopefully get a shot in that 5 is playing a little cannon onto one of those 2 balls. And that's no good. So across the table twice and into the little gap between the 9 ball and the rail, I would think. Well, he went for the bank. Well, I suppose the outcome's not bad. But Monster taking the opportunity to put Chimpy in a whole heap of trouble here. He'll do well to get out of this. That was a good shot. Well, good shot, but at that pace he was always going to leave some sort of choice there for Monster. But again, he's not. Well, that was a combo, wasn't it? Because he only needs a 5 ball. I've forgotten for the second time about the bloody handicap. And there's the results through. Spectrodon has beaten DJ Rudu 7-5. And Serganesh has beaten Mooncake 7-4. Meanwhile, Chimpy with a 5-4 lead. Monster with a dry break. And now has he gone too far? No, he hasn't. Now, 3 ball, plenty of room past that 9. So if he just gets into the cue ball here, he can stun across for the 4 into the same pocket. And Larry has beaten Bankster 7-5. So that's what, 2 or 3 results through already. Oh, you should be in practice and Slim getting warmed up. Well, I think a little roll through if he's got the angle. Yeah. So, Chimpy will be in the hill. Oh, that's what I meant to let you guys hear. I'll read this out to you in a minute. I need to tab out to Facebook. We'll see it at the end of. I'll read it at the end of this match. Stubb sent me a message on Facebook. I burst out laughing when I read it. Well, when I say burst out laughing, I was laughing on one side of my face. I was laughing on the other side of my face. I think you'll have the general idea of what Stubb was saying to me. I'll read it out to you though. So when I'm tabbed out, it'll go to the screensaver. If I was on broadcaster, I could show you. I could have put it up on the screen. But XSplit Gamecaster only catches live games. It doesn't catch desktop. No. No, it's easier just to read it out, Slim. Because I can do it in Stubbish then, rather than trying to I can't be bothered copying and pasting it. It's easier reading it. Well, has he got any room here to get to this without bumping the 8? To give this 7 ball a lump? Well, you see he's caught the 8 there. and that's why it done him. Just caught the edge of the 8. That 9 doesn't bank. I was thinking about giving the 7 ball a blast, but it doesn't bank. And now Monster has to just dink this along the rail a little touch. It needs a feather-like touch, not the touch of a sledgehammer. And that'll do it. He's got the touch there. I like that, although it could be kicked in though. Welcome to Lard. Because he's done well in a couple of Friday night 9-ball tournaments. That's why his rating shot up. He won it the other week there, did he not? And I think he got to a semi or a final the other week as well. Something along those lines. That's how your rating shoots up. But his rating will soon shoot down when he's losing to Monster. If that happens. Yeah, and he's maybe been in a few challenges as well. So Monster looking to try and take this match all the way, but I think he's come up dry again. Ah, that's right, Slim, I forgot about that. I'll need to double check that with Steve. I think you're probably right. I think you're more than likely are right saying that. I think there was something said about that before. Well, 2 ball to 3 ball, not a problem. 4 ball. 4 ball. I'll tell you something, he's got to get good on this 3 ball. And that wasn't the way to do it. And Monster better get his shooting boots on because he might have a chance here. I don't know what he was trying to do there. And Monster's got an immediate problem. He's got to get right into this cue ball and get it past that 6 ball with a bit of spin to get it right round the angles here and get up that top right hand side. He's got to beef this up. Well, that's well played. I didn't think he had the angle to just hold it, but that'll do. But I think he's a bit straight. So let's have a look if we can use that. Yes, he can use the angle into the pocket. So now, this is the one that's going to decide the rack. He's dead straight in the 5, pretty much straight. Yeah, bolt straight in the 5. He's just got to do the old T4 draw. No, tell a lie. That's the 3rd time in one match I've forgotten about the 5 ball handicap. What a numpty. Unbelievable. I keep forgetting about it. So we're going hill. We're all square. 9 ball goes in the break. 9 ball, of course, comes back up. And he's going to have to jump the one to get to the 1. 9 ball was the only ball that went down. But if he gets this 1 and the cue ball stays somewhere thereabouts, and that will do it. And Monster has the match in his grasp here if he just takes his time. Now he can play the safe shot and just play the 3 up the table, or he can play it into the side and just dink this in and get the spin off the rail and out for the 4. He's got a nice angle to do that. Oh, I don't know what the hell is here, Pig. I'll tell you something, I've had that palsy for bloody donkey's years. My memory for handicaps goes straight out the window as soon as this tournament starts. Every week it happens. Well, Monster's got himself in trouble. Well, got the jump. Now he needs a roll here. He needs a roll. He might have got it. He might have got it. Well, it will cut. and I think the cue ball will catch the point here. We'll soon find out, but it does cut, and I presume he played a bank. I think that cue ball might have caught the point. Well, Bell's palsy is what this is called, and handicap balls is Bell's palsy. That's what that is. You've got it right here, Pig. Yeah, I'm going to contact support. Oh, hang on a minute. Well, Monster will be wishing that hadn't gone in now. He's going to lose the match here. He's going to lose the match after banking that 4 ball. No sight of the 5, and if he doesn't get a hit in this and get it safe when he does, he's dead in the water. And of course, he only needs a 5 ball to win the match there. I remembered it there. And this is going to be wide open. Right, I've just unmuted myself. You know why I did that? Because I was looking for the button for my little doodle. Right, so Chimpy goes through on the final right decider. That was unlucky for Monster getting himself hooked in that 5. So it was. Right, so loads of results through. We'll have a look and I'll update this thing to 30 seconds. Right, so we've got, who the hell have we got? We've got Larry in round 2 waiting on the winner of Potman and Christian. Potman looks favourite there, he's on the hill. Stefan is now playing Chimpy. Segresh is now playing Spectre Dawn. And Spectre Dawn's racing away already, he's 3-0 up. And One Pocket Slim's waiting on the winner of Jez Devon Travelling TT. So I think what we'll do is we'll get into the Potman room. That might. Oh no, I thought it was maybe finished. Well, let's see if I can jinx Potman into losing this match. It's actually a scratch match, no handicap. And Christian. Oh, he's got to bounce, he's got to bounce, he's got to bounce. Now the cue ball's running all over the shop, anything can happen. And that's the one thing that can happen. Everything was going well there until I arrived in the room. And Potman has got the bed head cut along the rail because this 8 ball is off the rail. It's well off the rail. Oh, he should have been cutting that every day of the week. he should have had a go at it. Because this is a good bank, this 8 ball. It's a good cut as well. But, oh, I thought it was going to get in the side. It is now. So, Popman is going to go through to play Larry unless he can arse this up. No, Popman's at 1883. Where are you seeing? Oh no, 1800. Ah, well, he's been crap the last few weeks. That's why he's down there. Not to put too fine a point on it. And I have a go at Popman because he's a lot better player than that. So he is. And we're about to find out. 2132. No, he is. He's 1800 odd in the 9 ball tournament, isn't he? So Larry's after his blood, so we'll watch that. It looks as if Spectre Don's not going to hang about tonight again. We'll get in and watch this. Popman will be getting a generous handicap against Larry. Now Larry's at what? He's at 2-3, whatever it is. So Popman might be getting. Oh, he might be getting a 5 ball. He might be getting. He could be getting. He could be getting last 2. He could be getting 7 and out. So he could Popman. He'll be getting something generous. Yeah, I think he'll be getting something along those lines, and I mean that's always dangerous. That. So remember, guys, if you can't be there tomorrow night and over the next few days to catch these matches in the 9 Ball World Championship, always remember to go to my YouTube channel. I'll be there for you to watch them anytime because there'll be some good bloody matches, I'll tell you. Not to be missed. Now that's a good shot, even though it's not in a match. You've got right on the 5. I think Popman's already had a bathroom break. Now this is only going to annoy Larry even more, keeping him waiting. And you should know by now not to annoy Larry. He's the David Banner of VP4. Don't make me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. Is it Bruce Banner? I knew he was somebody Banner. Yeah, Bruce. Why did I call him David? Maybe because I thought he was called David. Maybe that's why. Come on, Popman, for Christ's sake. Here we go. Larry on the right hand side. Now remember, what match was it the other night there when we went into the tournament room, the 9 Ball World Championship? Who was it? Was Bedhead that was practicing his lag, was it? Against Stubb. That's what happened. Bedhead was getting a few lads in just to get some practice, and then Stubb arrived and straight away lost the lag. Bedhead nailed the lag. There you go. 6 and out. I mean, that is really generous. And he's got a stack of balls in the break. And he's got a perfect angle in the 2, just to go to the rail and get out for that 3 ball. And if he leaves the angle on the 3, he can get up the table for the 4 into the same pocket. So he can only make a mess of this. Let's have a look. And that, he's going to have to jack up a bit and get a bit of stun into this. He can't just roll forward, I don't think. He's got to stun it in and jack up and keep that cue ball away from the 4. Now, what did the commentator say there, guys? What did the commentator say? He's got to jack up and keep that cue ball away from the 4. He didn't get into the 3 ball that he should have done. Now, you see, somebody that knows to do that would have done it. And clearly Potman was devoid of that idea. He didn't set, I mean, this is stone dead. No, it isn't. It's running away from the rail. But, you know, if he was wise to the situation, and this is where a lot of players just fall short of the mark. They don't see the trouble. The trouble with that 3 ball was it was too straight to be running forward. And in order to make sure when he stuns the 3 in and jacks up a wee bit, he has to stun in and get a wee bit of dig into it, so the cue ball doesn't just stun up and into the 4. And now he's going to pay the price if Larry can get good in this 5, and I don't think he'll get much better than that. I mean, he could go for the 5-9 combo. In fact, it might be worth his while doing it. I mean, he's going to go for it, because he could pot the 5 and run out, but it's sitting on a plate. And I mean, Potman paid the price there for not playing the right shot. Now, Potman could look at this match played back and hear what I said about that 3 ball shot, and he might go away and learn something about it. He might take it on board. Well, that's what I said. I said that the other night about Cobra. I hope Cobra hasn't peaked too soon, because I don't think he'd have played much better than we seen him do the other night there against Spectre Dawn. He'll have a long way to go to top that. This is just another touch shot with the cue ball coming off that rail and back across, and that looks well played. Perfect. Now, the priority here is get himself high enough on that 8 ball. Now, he doesn't want to go too straight, and he's gone too straight. He's going to probably have to just draw this back and miss the side pocket, and he's done that, but he's overcooked it slightly. He's gone to that funny place we don't like to be. And Travelling TT's gone through against Jezdev. 7-4. Oh, I don't think he'll ever admit that. So 2-0 to Larry. Oh, well, cue ball thought about going. Now, what was that in the 2-ball? 2 balls gone, 1 into the side. Now, this is just a wee bit tricky because potting the 1 and going to the short rail on the top and coming back into the table, the 9 ball's sort of in the way. It just hampers and limits the room that you've got to get to that 3 ball. And, of course, he's right in the corner pocket, which doesn't help. Well, I'm not sure what he played for there. I mean, if he was trying to get into that gap to cut the 3, he's left it short. And he's forgot about the 1 ball in the process. Now, here's Potman's chance. So, stun the 1 in, get the cue ball out off the rail. That's the first priority. And get right over the right side, unless he wants to try and get in the gap. That looks good. That was well done. Just got there, I think. This isn't a problem. Just a little draw. And the thing about the 5 ball is he's got to get to the rail to play the 5 ball, because it'd be asking to be too accurate to get up the table and leave a cut. He's got to go. Just got to go forward and come inside. He's going to end up fairly straight in this 5, which is not good. If he was going to try and get really good, he'd have to get into an area here to cut the 5, and that's asking a lot. So, if he's got any sort of angle, which he has got, and that is perfect. He can bump the 5 in and roll forward onto the end rail, and he'll have the 6 back down the table towards us. No, I think you could have used that angle a bit better. But anyway, this will do. But he's got to stop that cue ball leaking away. He's just got to sort of stun it slightly. Is that going to get to the hole? Yes, it is. Just. Well, of course, he didn't need to get in the 7. I've forgotten again. 6 and out, wasn't it? I thought the 5 ball was going to go in. It's dry. Well, he's got a cut in the 1. It's not a great angle, this. He's got to watch the pace in this, because if he goes forward with a bit too much, he might just stun straight into the corner pocket. He's trying to spin it. Well, this will cross bank into the corner, this 1 ball. He can do that and just get up the table out of the way. If the 1 does go in, he'd be unlucky not to see the 2, although he might not be able to do an awful lot with it. But I think he's got to play that and get up the table. Well, he should have double kiss. Now Potman has to hope that Larry can't get really good on the 3. And, well, he's going to have to just take his medicine, just bump the 4 ball and leave the long shot in the 3. I don't think he's going to do anything more elaborate than that. It looks like he's coming back off it. Now, of course, he's got room to get out behind the 6 and 7, but he doesn't want to mess with the 5 over here. And he's well short of it, but he's left himself a wee bit more to do again because of the angle he's got in the four. He's just got to control that cue ball. So he may well dig into the rail. I don't know whether he can just go off the two rails. Yeah, he's checked it, and that's well done. But he might have gone just a tad too far. He can just drop this in dead weight and he'll still have the 6. Just got the 6. So he's looking good. Oh, Larry, you've left it short again. It's one of them. And of course, Potman only needs to pot one of these if he can get a snip of it. So a bit of pressure on Larry here. Well, this is a good angle on the 8. I mean, this is basically where you just pot the 8 and let the cue ball do its thing. You're going to be in the 9 ball. You can't not be in the 9 ball. Cue ball off the rail, back across. Well, I'll say this for Larry so far, he's not made any boo-boos. He's been solid, keeping up the good form. And there's that other result through, and that, no, in fact, no, it's Bankston, Christian and one Moss side. Christian's through 4 racks to 2. This is Steve's golf day, usually, Friday, or it's one of them. That was me just unplugging my phone there after charging it. Alright, that's what I forgot to do. I forgot to... In fact, I'll read it now because I'm on my phone. I can get it on my phone. Where's Facebook? Right, this is what Stubbs said earlier on. He says, get those, this is him talking about the 2 matches tomorrow night. You've got one starting at 8:30 GMT and one starting at 9 o'clock, I think it is. And Stubbs says, get those noobs to schedule the matches 2 hours apart tomorrow. They are half an hour apart, and he says, I'm a V-off type and bullshit, K. If you space the matches out more, I can type bullshit longer, K. What a numpty. Well, pot man. And the thing about that handicap, you know, he can always stay in touch. Oh, Stubb, a first-class bullshit artist. He's definitely that. I'll give him that. That's the only thing he's world champion at. He's not anything in VP4, but he's a champion bullshitter. Now, what's Popman thinking on here? Because this is a bit dodgy. Well, if Larry thins the one, he might be able to bump the 7 and get in behind the 8. Or he could end up scratching. Well, he's trying to play the combo, and that was well done. And Popman pays the price for a poor safety. Four racks to 2, and Larry with certainly one, if not a couple of balls in the break, at least 2. Yep, the 1 and the 3's gone. Well, I mean, he's got a choice here. I mean, he could play the 2-9. It looks as if he's, for a second, thinking about the billiard, but it looks too thin. Yeah, I think he's eyeing up the 5. It looks as if he's eyeing up the 5. No, he is trying to play the 9. That was asking a lot. Where's the 2 ball going? And this is why it's so dangerous. Well, you know, Larry's taking a risk trying to play that 2-9 there. Now, if it goes in, he's a hero, but if it doesn't, and Popman has a shot, and he only needs to get to that 6 ball, you know, it's not an awful lot to ask. I mean, he's going to be unlucky not to see the 3. And he can definitely get... Tell a lie, the 3's not on, that's a 5. I thought that was a 3. Well, he's landed plumb there, the way the 4 ball's finished. He's got the angle on the 5. And now he can use a wee bit of spin, get across with the 6 into the side. And if he goes the right angle in this 6, he can roll down for the 7. Well, he doesn't need to because he only needs a 6, so just remembered again. And that is why Larry maybe needs to be a wee bit wiser with his shot choice, because that's handed the rack to Popman there, having a go at that difficult 9. I thought he was going to go for the combo in the 5. And that allows Popman to stay in touch. I mean, it is highly dangerous to be taking chances like that. And look at where the 6 ball is with Popman's break. Now, this is a thin bedhead cutting the 1 onto the 6, and we're all square. He needs to get down the table, have a look at this 1, and give it a good rap to get it onto that 6. Oh no, that wasn't the shot, Popman. That wasn't the shot. You've got to get the thin edge and give it a blast. Oh dear. And Christian, you know, I think I said that result, didn't I? Yes, I did. Stubb, yeah, of course you can see what Stubb said in the room. But that was not a wise choice, Popman. He still might get away with this yet, where that 6 ball is. Well, he's got a good chance of kicking this in. If we can get to the... I don't know why he's looking at jumping. I'd probably be happier kicking this. Well, I still say Popman should have thin cut that 1 ball along the rail onto the 6. I don't know why he didn't play it. Because trying to billiard off the 1 when it was so tight to the rail was nigh on impossible. Well, Larry's overcut the one. It was one of those square ones, not easy. Now again, Potman can get into the cue ball, or he'd have to jack up because he's tight to the rail, but he could get into the cue ball here and just get below or top side of that 2 and play the 2 onto the 6. I think he'd be better going for something like that because it's going to be so difficult to deal with that 3 ball. You look where the 3 ball sitting, it's going nowhere fast. And he's just done Larry a favour and opened up a couple of balls here. So this rack is threatening to go pear-shaped for Potman with this 6 ball hanging over the bag. And Larry, with the angle he had, took the risk, and now Larry can deal with a 6 ball, and Potman is going to live to regret this, I think. Because Larry now, if he can get down the table, he's going to play the combo onto the 5 with the 3. And VP Monster has beaten Sergaresh by forfeit, so I don't know whether Sergaresh has gone home or whatever, or didn't show up. And that's finished ugly, but a little billiard will take care of that. A little stun, has to be a little stun, I think. Or can he chip the rail and just kick in it? I think he wants to kick the rail and get out. That's well done. Although now he's got to be really delicate, and he might end up having to make do with the red head cutting this 4. Yeah. You look at the angle he's got, the cue ball just wants to get away up the table here. And he really has to get the 3 ball to the pocket, so he's taken the red head cut. Good angle to get anywhere onto this 7. We've got 11 viewers on YouTube. How many's on Twitch? Any of you guys that are on Twitch, let me know how many's on there. Because 11 seems pretty good for YouTube. And there's only 7 on Twitch. That's a surprise. Twitch is usually the better one. I presume the quality's okay in Twitch. You know, maybe some of the guys have been on there, didn't like it and moved over to YouTube. You never know. Well, Larry's taking his time. Just making sure everything's okay before he lets go. Oh, Potman should be kicking himself. This rack should have been in the bag 10 minutes ago. Wow. Well, there it is in a plate for you, Potman. That's the way you want them. Well, that's a big boo-boo by Larry. And Potman, suddenly he's all square. And Potman getting balls in the break also. And a shot in the 1. Now, I don't think he wants to try and get too elaborate here. I think he needs to go 2 rails, get back out into the table so he can still see the 2. So it's about judging the pace. And that's a good shot. That's well played. That is excellent. Now he's got to be brave. This needs an awful lot of right-hand English here if he's going to check the cue ball. And this can miss the pot because of it. He's got to get that squirting deflection red right here. And that's well done also. I mean, he's bumped to 7, but where the 5 ball is, he's good to go on the 6 if that 8 ball wasn't there. That 8 ball is a problem because he's taking this 5 ball, he's going to come up the left-hand side, and of course he only needs a 6 ball for the rack, but this 6 ball is not a gimme, and it's a problem where the 8 ball's sitting. Now, if he takes his medicine, he finishes here and leaves the cut on the 6. That takes the 8 ball out of the equation. Let's have a look. What's he done here? He's 2 straight in this 5, and again he's nailed him to the rail, almost. And this is not good. He's absolutely bolt straight. Now you can try pinching a bit into the side of the pocket, but that again is about all he could do, and at least it gives him a clean sight in the 6, and that's all he needs, and he'll win the lead. But he's overcooked it, oh dear, and he's come up smelling the roses. Look at that. And Stefan goes through against Chimpy. 7 racks to 5. Stefan making use of his handicap there. What was he getting? We'll look at it in a wee sec. So Potman is going to win the lead. He's got ball in hand. We'll give him that. He's never going to miss that with ball in hand. See, Chimpy, what was he? Stefan was getting the 5 ball, is that? It's either the 5 or the 6. And Stefan's a good enough player to be taking racks if he's given the chance. So, One Pocket Slim is through against Travelling TT. Comfortable win there. And Potman, with a 9 ball over the corner pocket. And I think he can see the edge of the 2. Let's have a look. The 1 ball and the 4 ball have gone. I think he can get that too. I think he can chip it and cut it, and he just got to hit and hope that he has a shot though. And the line that he's got in this too, if he plays this with a bit of right, the cue ball will be coming down towards that 9, and he doesn't fancy it. Just playing the push out. And he should be in trouble in a second or two, because I think Larry will dink this 2 ball and just drop behind the 5 and 7. No, he needs to dink it softer than that though. He needs to dink it softer. Has he got the cover? Yes, he has. Well, again, if you've got the line there, just give it a belt and hope. Now, well, the 8 ball ain't going into the side. It's got to go up or down the table. Well, Larry will just go forward. maybe off the one rail or the two rails and have the 7 into the opposite corner. I tell a lie, he's got to come up to the side pocket for the 6. I forgot about the 6. But the angle's still good to do that. Well, he's gone dead straight, and I'm not sure whether he played to get there, because if he's here, it's no great to get on the 7. He might have to leave the bank. No, he's trying to get up to the side pocket. Not a bad effort, but it's another testy one in the 7. These are not gimmies. And that is not great for the 8 ball either, because we know it doesn't go in the side. He's got to just chip this up the rail and miss that knuckle. And that's well done. That's well played. So we're all square again, 5 apiece. And Larry, as usual, hoping for a ball and a shot. And it's dry. It's dry. Well, the one thing that's came to Larry's rescue there is the 3 ball going up next to the 2. The 2 can't be got at. Now I think this is going to be really tough to get safe, let alone see the 2. I mean, you can see the 2. You can't get out of there though. Well, Larry can run for cover here if he wants. He can get out. Well, he went for the bank. That was well done. Didn't think he had enough room to get the bank. But he's sort of throwing his eggs into one basket there. You know, this is, again, not easy to cut the 3 and hoping for a hit on the 4, which he's got, and it's come into play, and now everything's looking good. Except the 8 ball, which again is fairly close to the rail. And of course, it's blocked by the 9 into that top pocket, and it's awkward to get to cut it down into this bottom pocket. Let's have a look at it from this side. Well, you can certainly get to it. There's not a problem in actually cutting that 8 ball as long as you're anywhere here. Again, loads of left English here, just to catch that top rail, check the ball and straighten it up. So this is the important one. He knows where he needs to leave the cue ball. He can't do anything elaborate in the 8. Where he's looking at now is like roughly the line he wants to be able to play the 8 ball clean. And this is going to go 2 rails, flush down the rail with the 8 ball. and back across with the cue ball for the 9. And that again well controlled. So Larry is first to the hill. That was a break and run, wasn't it? Yeah. And Larry with the same break he's been using for 20 odd years in VP. And he's come up with a 5 ball. He's on the 1. He's having a look at the 2. See, it goes into the side. It doesn't. So, I mean, he could play real safe and come just down the table anywhere to play the 2 onto the 7. The 3's up there. And he's gone the bottom side to play it up the table this way, but that works as well. Well, I'm going to say it now. This match is over. Now again, Larry has a choice here. He can play the 4 and roll the 6 dead weight onto the 7. That way he doesn't have to manoeuvre the cue ball to get on the 6 into the side. He could get onto the 6 into the side. He's got loads of room to do that. And that's what he's doing. He needs to watch the pocket. Oh, that would have been chimpy. Well, Potman has got a gift to take this all the way. And he should have listened to the commentator there, Larry. Just roll the 6 onto the 7 and running the cue ball, you take the risk of the scratch. And he fell into the trap. Hook, line and sinker. And Potman can have a chance to pinch this match here. If he can get a ball and a shot and he's dry. Now he needs to get cover and I don't think he has. Well, this is the first big test for Larry. Because he's got to, I think he's got to try and get in the short side of this too. He's got to get right up into that top corner pocket there. Well, he's content to leave the redhead cut. The problem with that is he's going to struggle to hold for the 3. I would have much preferred to run the cue ball there and take the risk of the scratch and getting better on the 2. Because this has got to avoid traffic. This is a tall order. Well, he's going to have another redhead cut, but this will do. It will do. All you want to do is be able to see the 3 and have a shot, and he's got it. Again, unconventional, but it's got there. And he's loads of room on the 4, not a problem yet, not a problem with the 5. 6 in the middle of the table. Oh, it wiped its feet, it looked in the hole and then it dropped. Well, I think he's got to sort of kill this because, I mean, he might roll forward, but he wants to keep this cue ball under control when he plays the 5. See, now he can play the 5 and just come out at the table if he wants to. And it's dangerous, he can play it with a bit of left. If he wanted to try and play the 6 on the side, but he's going the safe route. And that's perfect. Just to stun it in and hold the cue ball for the 7. And it's definitely over now. Well, I keep going back to that rack with the 6 ball over the pocket. Had Potman played the shot I was talking about, he could have won the match. Because this is just a dead weight roll. for a 7-6 win for Larry. Right, so we need a catch up on this bracket now, because we've got loads of stuff happening. Right, so we now know that Larry's through to play Stefan. We're going to jump in and catch Slim against Vector Dawn, and it's looking good for Slim at the moment. Slim's 3-0 up, and the old Jinkster has arrived in the room, and Slim's at the table, and he's got a testy one straight away on this too, because it doesn't go past the 4. And he's trying to duck behind the 6, and that's an excellent shot. That is a cracking shot. If I had my applause button, I'd be hitting the button there. That was beautiful. And Spectre Dawn gets a hit, and I don't think that's too bad a result either. I mean, this is really awkward. It's one of these easy ones Steve talks about all the time, the little cut into the side. Is he trying to billiard this off the 7? He's looking at the line off the 7. He's still thinking in his options here. But there's a possibility off the 7 into the top corner. But he's looking for alternative options. Trying to get in behind the 9, is he? No, in behind the 4. Well, he's given Spectre Dawn a glimmer of a chance to get off the mark here, and it all hinges on this 2-ball in position to the 3, because you would think if he can get that part done, he's odds-on favourite to get on the board. I'm going to try and have a drink of water without drooling out the right hand side of my mouth. Well, he's left it awkward. I don't think he wanted to risk doing an awful lot with the cue ball there. But it was a tall order. It was not easy, and Slim has a chance, a good chance here, just to pinch this out the pocket of Spectre Dawn. Oh, that's went to the rail way too soon. Big mistake from Slim. And he's let Spectre Dawn right off the hook there. Now, he's just going to have to dig out and roll this in dead weight into the side. It doesn't go past the 9, so just a little soft drop into the side. And how much of a mistake is that going to be for Slim? How many is it going to cost him? It's cost him 1. And the 4-ball goes in, the 6-ball finally follows it in. And he's on the 1. He's going to have to run the cue ball to get up the table for the 2. And that's well played. That was excellent. Now he'll probably just, if he can hold it, he'll just come back and leave the 3 into the side or down table here towards us. I think he's, let's have a look and see how that looks like. He'll take it into the side. Well, it's now going to cost Slim 2 racks. Oh dear, hang on a minute. Yeah, he's got away with it. And that 7 ball isn't frozen, but it's tight. Got to get this nice. He's had a quick look just to double check. I mean, the cue ball is going up the table, so he's always going to see the 8 ball. That isn't a problem. It's just being sure he gets the right hit on this 7. Well, it needs to keep rolling now. I think it's nice enough. I don't expect him to miss this. This is well off the rail. It's a comfortable angle to read. You just see it and play it. Well, it's a bit of a cutback, but he doesn't often miss these like this. So now, Spectre Dawn on a bit of a roll here. The mistake from Slim has cost him 2. Another ball in the break. Well, it's going to need a good one though to keep at the table. The 1 ball, you've got to make the angle, but it does bank. And that was well done, although he hasn't been able to control the cue ball a great deal. But he's got reasonable options here for a safety. Well, you know, we've seen, I think it was the 7 ball that Slim was cutting down this left rail into the bottom left hand corner, and he got it to the rail too soon, and of course that pushed it away from the pocket, and it's cost him a couple of racks. Although Spectre Dawn did get cover, and Slim's got a chance to redeem himself here. I think he's got to go into the table, or can he just drop this and hold below the 6? And he's gone into the table. Mind you, tell a lie. What's that up there? I thought that was the 8, it's the 4. Well, Slim content to leave this 5 at distance, so dead weight and just try to hold the face off that cue ball. Nice enough angle to be good on the 7. And pinching this rack's just going to kill any momentum that Spectre Dawn was building up. Spectre Dawn didn't get cover with his safety. Slim has taken full advantage and opened that gap to 2 again. Well, a ball certainly went in. I don't know what it was. It was a 3. He's got a dodgy cut in the 1. If he takes it on and gets it, he's pretty much guaranteed to be on the 2. That was well done. That little nudge in 8 has done him no harm whatsoever. It's landed him plumb, and now he's looking good. This rack's over. Well, Slim has to keep this sort of standard going, not only tonight, but in the build-up to his match that's upcoming in the VP4 9-ball World Championships. He wants to be playing at a pretty good high standard from here on in to survive. And this is a good way of going about it. If you can have a good Friday night 9-ball now. Popman has gone through on that one loss side by forfeit, so I don't know what happened to Jesdev. Maybe he's bailed early as well. So Slim now with a 3-rack lead, and look at the 8 and 9 stuck together, and the cue ball's gone. Now we need to have a look at that 8 and 9, because it's the only thing that might save Slim here. Well, the 8 doesn't go into the corner. We can see that it goes clean into the side, and Spectre Don will be up the table looking at that before he makes his move. And if you look at where that 7-ball is, let's get my little doodle out. If you look at the 7 and you're cutting the 7 that way and you're getting the cue ball to go that way, then you're on the 8-ball there like that. If you do something else that's elaborate, then you're trying to get up the table and behind the 8-ball for the 8-ball into the side. But I think where the 7-ball's sitting, that's the line you should be taking. Getting up there off that 7. And we'll see if he does that. You know something, if Slim was like Spectre, well, put it this way, if we were all like Spectre Don in terms of the amount of table time he gets, we'd all be far better players. And you know, if Slim had all the hours that he could spend in challenge with, well, he's tried to break the 8 and 9, and that rest assured and makes a guarantee that he's going to get an 8. Always risky doing stuff like that, but you know, it's a wide open table, and no sooner have I said that than he's dogged the 7-ball, as the Americans say. That's a sitter, and he should have done what I said. He should have played the cut and just got up table. Commentator's eye. And that's handed this on a plate to Slim. Big boo-boo there by Spectre Don. Big mistake. And he could well have played his last shot, because Slim's in the hill, he's got the break, and if his break's working, Spectre Don is dead and buried in the one loss side, or sent over there. Well, that 1-ball's tracking. It hasn't gone though. Oh, something else went though. But look at where the cue ball stuck. Oh no, that isn't the cue, it's a 9. My bad. I thought that was the cue ball, it's a 9-ball next to 8 and 7. Well, he's just trying to bank the one up the table and stay in behind the 6. And he's forced Spectre Don into the jump escape. So Slim has got control here at the moment. Now this one will actually pot, and Spectre Don will be going for it. And he's got it. And unfortunately though, he's hooked in the 3. He's going to have to bail out. Now that 3 does not bank, but if he catches the edge of it, he'll cut it. He's clinging on here with the skin of his teeth here, and he's got it too thin. Oh, and the 7 ball has come to his rescue. Now, Slim can jump over the edge of the 7, miss the 5, and pot that 3. He can definitely do that. 100% he can do it. And he's bound to be able to see the 4, although whether he'll be able to pot it, I don't know. He may well be able to. How's that look? Yes, it's off the rail comfortable. So the bedhead cut. And again, if he just plays this the right pace, he's going to be on the 5. And that's nice. It's coming back into play. He's got loads of room to get on the 6. And the only lifeline at the moment is the 7 ball, just because you have to get reasonably good on it. We can see it goes past the 8. But there's a couple of nails in Spectre Don's coffin at the moment in this match, and Slim can get himself over this side for the 7. Now the only danger is the left side pocket here, because he knows he has to trifle with it one way or another. And that's well controlled. That's an excellent shot. Absolutely on a dime. Well, Slim's looking good. He's looking very good. Slim wins by 7 racks to whatever it was. 2, was it? Or 3. A good win, 7-2. So now we'll have a look and see how things are hotting up. We've got Larry with Stefan. And Stefan getting the 6 ball. Larry's 4-1 up though. And Slim's got a little weight at the moment. We'll have a look at the 1 lost side. Travelling TT against VP Monster. Chimpy 2-0 up again. Oh no, sorry, 0-0. They've just started. Let's go in and watch that one. And straight away, Chimpy's got ball in hand. Remember, these are only races to 4. And Popman is getting 6 and out. Very dangerous. Well played, Slim. Your touch is looking good tonight. So Chimpy off and running. But Chimpy's got to be really careful. He can't be taking any liberties. No, Stubbs had his fingers burnt too many times on Friday night 9 ball with the old banging approach against folk with handicaps. He's still got the scars. Well, there's There's Popman's first mistake. He's hung the one. 2 ball in the open. 3 balls a bit dodgy to get on. And this 3 ball is just in a funny spot. Going to have to work the cue ball here unless he's trying to play some sort of combo, which is very tight for a combo. Well, trying to get into the cue ball to get up above that 3, misses a 2, gets away with it though. The Popman has to catch the thin edge. Now, he might not try and come down into the kitchen here. He could just try and dink it and just come into the table here and try and use the 6 ball. Well, that'll do it. Well, Travelling TT is taking care of VP Monster. 4 racks to 0. That's a good win for him. Again, making use of a good handicap as well, or a decent enough one I would have thought maybe. I don't know, I never looked. Well, the 2 ball I think is just going to travel far enough. Well, I suppose the combo's on because it looks fairly dead if you get the line on it. Played a little billiard and that was unlucky. Well, you've got to make the angle for the reverse bank to bank that 2 ball onto the 4 if he's going to try that. This isn't a dead set if he tries that shot. Doesn't look as if he is though. Now, how does that look like for that's a good bank. Although again, the problem's not the 2 ball. The problem's being able to do anything with the 3. I don't know that there's going to be any great value in banking that too. Well, can Chimpy see enough of the 2 to make the combo in the 7? No, he can't, so not a bad result for Popman. But Chimpy's managed to manufacture it. That was well done. And look at where the 2 balls finished. And he's odds-on favourite now to go 2-0. Got to maybe use the rail and the jaw and the rail in that 4 ball just to get out of there up for the 5. Or he could just roll it dead weight, roll the 5 into the side. But then he has to get a hold of the cue ball or go to the rail and come out for the 6. And that'll work nice because that's going up top. I mean, he could take it to the side, but the safest route is up top and just go to the rail and come out. And that is absolutely perfect. Just let the cue ball run out off this 6. And it definitely is 2-0. Well, welcome to VP4TV, everybody. All those watching on YouTube. and all those watching on Twitch, all the silent ones. And don't forget to subscribe if you want to join in the chat. And don't be shy. Well, that's dry. And Popman has got a little 1-3 combo. But now, he's got to play this right. He's got to come down to the bottom rail here, I think. He's got to play this right. And that was well done. Now, he's got to come back off the 1. Can he stun through and miss the 2? Maybe he can. He's got just a wee bit angle he can pinch. Yes, he could. Now, he doesn't need to worry about the 4. All he does is drop the 2 in. But then he's got to then worry about the cue ball when he pots the 4, because he's got to control it to get himself decent on this 5. So remember, it's only 4, 5 and 6 that he needs. So this is the important one, and just getting out onto this 5. And he's going to play it long, and that'll do it. So we'll give him this one. And Larry has taken care of Stefan, 7-2. So 2 of the contenders in the Virtual 9-Ball World Championship are going well tonight. One Pocket Slim and Larry. And Popman's off the mark. And we are, what, 3-4 minutes short of 2 hours. And I'm not tired, which is amazing. I'm about to hit the sleep wall soon enough, but I'm doing okay at the moment. Well, the break from Popman was dry. And Chimpy trying to get a nudge in the 2, which he managed. But it's really no good where it is. Now, he's either got to go hell for leather to cut this up the rail, or try and find somewhere safe. He looks as if he's going for it. No, he isn't. What do I know? If that was Stubb or Spectre Dawn, the two of them would have been going for that. Maybe even Larry would have went for that. And again, Popman might have had a go there to try and nudge that 6, because the 6 is right over the hole. And remember, that's his money ball. So Chimpy has got to be really careful here. And that was well done. That 2 ball had just come out far enough. And of course the 5 ball isn't going anywhere there. And this rack all hinges on that 5 ball. 6 ball over the corner, and a nudge in the 9 has done the trick. Is he on the 4 though? No, he isn't. And Popman, he might try the cross bank with a 4 onto the 6. He's got to go for it. He's got to play it. He's got no other option here. He's got to try it and get the cue ball out of the way. I don't think he's got any other option. He's got to try and get the hit on this 6. Now he's hoping for a safe when he's not got it. And Popman should be back all square. All he has to do is see the 5, roll it in, drop the 6 in, 2 apiece. Try again. Well, bedhead cut in the 1. Cue ball goes up the table, comes back into the table, he's on the 2. But he has to avoid running into something here, but he's got room. He's overcut it. He did run into the 8. And, well, we can give Potman the 1 and the 2 ball. The 3 ball is the issue here. So, it's certainly not a great table to try and run out at the moment, or run out to the 6, that is. And I don't think that's done him any good. He didn't want to run into the 2. Well, he can double the 2 ball and try and stun up in amongst those balls and try and get a bump in the 3 maybe. Well, he's waiting for the cut, but he was never going to get in the 3 doing that. So again, I don't see the logic in it. And now, if he gives this a bang, he's going to break things open for Chimpy. Oh, I didn't think he had that in the plan. That's not a bad result. Room enough to jump over it and catch the edge of the 3 though. And again, he'd be unlucky not to be on the 4. 5 ball goes up table. There's a chance to win the rack here for Chimpy from that safety. But where's the cue ball going? Well, that little bump has given him enough room. Almost split between the 6 and 7 and enough room to jump onto that 4. Well, Potman can cut the 4. Well, I think, I don't know whether he's going to take much of this 5 ball. He's going to have to try and, I don't know whether he can get enough of it at all. He might miss it completely. Because the 5 ball's no good there unless you get the cue ball out down the table. Well, he maybe tried to take too much to get that 5 ball out and missed the 4 because of it. Well, again, this is a table that is there for the taking because there's no problem now. And Chimpy should be 1 away to survive another match and into another round. Nice angle in the 6. All the room in the world to get on the 7. Well, he would have liked to have been further over to the right so he could just come back off the 7 onto the 8, but he did to go forward and around and out and loads of room. Well, this shot, I'm just digging into it like that and coming back off the 8 up the table to like there for that 9. Perfect. So Chimpy looking for the usual again, ball in a shot and a chance to run out and win. couple of balls have gone in, 3 balls have gone in, and he's going to have to jump. No, he isn't. I thought that was a cue ball. It's a 9. Oh, the eyes have gone. I don't know whether he can avoid the 6. He's going to have to try something here to get out, and he's well away from the 6. But he's got one of these testy ones. This is the one that will make or break this match, and well, this rack, and possibly the match, because it is not easy. He's pretty much guaranteed he's going to have some sort of sight in the 4. Welcome to Bedhead. Have you come to mock the afflicted? That was a good shot. Oh, I thought that 9 was going to get right in front of the cue ball there. He's okay. But this is a touchy one. Got to watch the line of the cue ball. And he's played it perfect. So Chimpy looks like he's going to get out here and send Popman home for the night. Well, Bedhead, if you want to know about why I was saying and you come to mock the afflicted, go to my YouTube channel and look at the last video that I uploaded, and you'll find out why. Welcome to anybody else that's joined us. Well done to Chimpy. Unlucky Popman. So now we have Larry playing One Pocket Slim, and on the one loss side we've got Chimpy now playing Spectre Dawn, and Travelling TT playing Stefan, and it's 2-0 to Stefan at the moment. So let's get in and catch this match with Larry and Slim. Slim 2-1 up, Larry at the table, and a crucial shot on this 5 to get on the 7 now. He's a bit straight. Now if he tries to come off the 5, that 9 could come into play if he's trying to come back. Well, he's gone forward, but he's leaving himself again a testy cut at distance. Well, Stubb isn't here, so that's one less weirdo that's watching. Well, Larry's taking his time. Nice and clean, and a nice angle in the 8. Now, again, he could just take his medicine here, drop the 8 in and just leave the roll straight up to the left corner pocket. When he's getting up to the side, it needs to keep going. That'll do it. The 8 ball goes in, and Sin cutting the 1. Bound to have some sort of shot in the 2, but the big problem is that 3 ball. Look at where it's sitting now. There's room to get to it. You know, there is a window in this area here to go on the 3. But getting on the 3 anywhere over here is no good. And that bump in the 7 hasn't done him any favours either. So now can he dare he risk trying to bank this? Or is he trying to cut it? It looks as if he's trying to cut it. Or is he banking it? I don't know whether he can miss that 6. I think he's cutting it. We'll soon find out. Well, he went all out for it. Where's the cue ball finishing? Well, it could have finished worse than that. Slim trying to duck in behind the 9 there, but hit it too heavy. And again, I mean, the 2 ball isn't easy to start with, but it needs to be one hell of a shot to get on this 3. Oh, well, it's been a funny couple of days, Bedhead. I'll tell you that. This is looking good if it gets into the gap, and that is extremely unlucky. I mean, that was a cracking effort to get onto that 3. Well, I specifically put the video up so that when I come on here tonight, people didn't think I was pissed. Well, a great effort again from Larry to get the hit in that 3. But this sure isn't over, this rack. I mean, look at where the 4 ball is. It's down the bottom of the table here. And Slim has got to get into a gap like that, in that area there, to be able to see that 5 ball. And that is no easy task. So that's the zone that he has to get in. Like where the cue ball is now, anywhere in that line, he's on the 5. And he can pot it and he can get down here for the 6. Well, clearly he didn't fancy trying to get into the gap. He's going to try and bank this 5. It certainly is in a good line for the bank. Let's have a look from this end what he does. But he's got to get the cue ball out. Well, he maybe should have been braver and tried to get into that gap, because he can consider himself lucky he hasn't left anything easy for Larry. Larry's got to try maybe the jump cross bank on this 5. No, he went for the cut. And now, almost a certainty that Slim's going to get himself in the lead. Yeah, I would have rolled it to give it every chance to go in. But the only worry is you know, you had to get out for the 9 ball to make sure you could see the 6. One ball goes in. Dodgy cut in the 2 if he fancies it. I tell a lie again, I thought that was the cue ball. It's a 9 ball, it's up there. Cue ball's in the middle of the table. He's gone himself a bit straight here again. Got to get the cue ball with a wee bit of spin to get out, which he's done. And he's a bit straight again. Now, the 5 goes. Do you think so, aye? So, well, again, all the room in the world to go on this 7 ball down the right hand side. And that's perfect. He can stun past the 8, he can just draw into it and drop onto the 8. He just wants off the rail, he wants the angle like that, and he's fine. Needs to miss the 9 though, going that way. No, tell a lie, I forgot there's a handicap in this. Slim is getting last 2. Well, again, that doesn't really matter for these guys at this level. It just means you get on to the next rack quicker, that's all it means. But Slim's come up dry. Larry looking for the push. Well, he doesn't want to. I mean, Slim, I was going to have a look at the cut in this. I think Slim will have a blast at this, or will he? Because I mean, the cue ball's running all over the table. You have no idea you'll have a shot. We'll soon find out what he tries. He might be trying to duck behind the 9. You need to check this with left English though if he's going to try that, I would think. You know, he's got the left English on it. Yeah, it just killed in the rail too soon, but that'll do. The end result is still good. He's got the hook with the 6 and the 2. And he's got control of the table. So Larry looking to find the window between the 3 and the 4. He's got it. That's a brilliant shot. Oh, that is unlucky. Andy would have been on the 2, I think. Let's have a look. Oh, no, he wasn't, but I'll tell you, it was a hell of an effort. And this is just going to cross the table past the 7. Well, he doesn't want to be there though. He doesn't want to be there. And suddenly, you know, this, I mean, it's got a slight angle on it, but they're never a gimme when you're over the top of a ball. You see, that's what happens when you have to stun. Commentator's eye. And again, Slim has got away with it. Larry's not got a sniff here, the way this 3's sitting. It's certainly not banking, I don't think. It would need to be off the rail a bit more, I think. I think Larry's just trying to duck for cover here. Is it going to go behind the 7? I think it has done. Yeah. Just enough. So this rack is in the balance, and it's going to be a 3-ball rack. Whoever gets this should be out. I don't think there's much doubt in that. Long jump over the 7, and that was well done. That was a great shot. And he couldn't landed much better on the 4. Well, like I said, whoever gets a 3 should be whole and dry, and it's looking very much like Larry. Not Larry, Slim. That needs to bounce. Needs to keep going. That'll do. Well, again, you just want to dig into this to grab a hold of the cue ball and send a 5 into the corner and get the cue ball off the rail and out. And that's just got enough angle to run through off the short rail in the end and back up the table. I mean, if he's going to leave it below the 7, he doesn't want to leave it the wrong angle. It makes it more difficult to go on the 8, so that'll do. He's got enough to work with there to get good on this 8 ball. Well, Slim's we've seen. What was it? Was it the last match? No, the last one. Well, no sooner have I said that, the commentator's curse has kicked in. Slim misses at 8, and Larry lives again. And he only needed that 8 for the rack. Last 2. And Larry has been let off the hook, and that's a 2 rack swing. It should have been 5-2. And Larry's going to be back within 1. Is this a hot seat match? I think it is. Yes, it is. Never even realised that. I think he's going to. Is he just going to brush onto the 6 or try and get the rail and come out? Well, he's used the 6. That's done him no harm. Could just drop the 5 in, and he's well, dead straight, slight angle, and should be able to get up high enough and comfortable enough on this 7. Well, Slim's made the odd mistake. I mean, he missed that 7 ball, but in general he's been looking pretty solid from what we've seen of him. Keeping up a good level of form prior to his match. Is tomorrow, is it? I can't remember. Is it tomorrow or Sunday? I think it's tomorrow. Now I've hit the sleep wall an hour later than normal. That's a yawning kicked in. Oh, that's a cheeky little shot. Not a difficult hit. Well, Larry has got his chance. And by the look of it, he's the wrong side of the 1. Try to go through the gap. And now that bump in the 6 hasn't really helped him, or has it pushed it far enough? Well, he's in between, isn't he? He's in no man's land. It's a thin cut into the side, and he's just got to hope the cue ball doesn't leak away, and that's a well played shot. That was well done. Now again, the 9 ball comes into play if you're going to try and hold it on the left side. But there's loads of room up the top on the left hand side past that 9 ball. He's trying to get to the short side. This could be underneath the 5. In fact, no, it didn't get there. Well, the bedhead cut will do. But again, the cue ball might be running into stuff here. It has done. And it's not good. It's horrible, in fact. He's playing the bank of the cut. I think he's playing the cut. And that was well done again. So Larry isn't out of this yet. He's going to be back to within 1. If he can get good in the 9, and he should do it. He's got to avoid the side pocket, and he might just stun up clean here if he's got the angle to do it. No, he's gone the safest route, the 2 rail route. Not quite 2 rails, but it's right on the mark, and that will do it. So we've got a game on. Well, the balls are dropping in here. Now that 8 ball gets out of the way, which it hasn't. And let's have a look. The 1 ball doesn't go. It's far too tight. I think if he just feathers the 1, he can certainly tuck the 1 in behind the 8. Well, he can certainly do that. He's not trying. Is he trying to get behind the 8, or is he convinced he can get this 1 ball? Well, my eyes tell me nothing. That's a brilliant shot. There did not look enough room to get that 1 past the 8. That shows you I'd have never played that, because I would never have thought that went. But, you know, it's going to have to back up with another good one in this too. And this time, it ain't quite so good an outcome. He's going to have to jump. But you think if he gets this, again, there's no way he can't be on the 5. The 5's off the rail. And now he has a problem. It's the fact that it's the cut down the rail and getting onto the 6. And how he finishes on that 6 will determine how good he can get to this 8 ball, unless he decides he wants to just leave the 8-9 combo. So he's got a decision to make about how he's going to find his way out here. Well, he's trying to stun in behind the 8, and that looks pretty good to me. The angle he's got and the line he's got looks perfect. That'll do it. Couldn't have played it any better. Larry's taking full advantage. Break and run. And back all square, 5 apiece. So rack number 11. And it is definitely dry, and that one ball in play. But you can see where the problem is here. 4 and 6 are no good. He's trying to create something out of nothing there. I don't think the angle was anywhere near good enough to get a hit on something and still be lucky enough to be on the 3. Oh, now. Oh, he hasn't got the cover. Now, again, there's no great value in pot the 3. I think he's got to try and come behind the 8 and in behind the 9, the 4 and the 6 and send the 3 up the table. And that's what he's tried. But he's given Slim enough room. And there you can see the result through in that one. Lost side, Spectre Dawn keeps on going. And it's a final rack decider win against Chimpy. So Spectre Dawn is hanging in there. So we've got 3 guys contenders for the Virtual 9-Ball World Championship. We're going to be battling it out here to try and take this week's Friday Night 9-Ball. Spectre Dawn. Who won it last week? Was it Chimpy who won it last week, or was it Larry? I can't remember. Or was it Mr. Fox that won it? Maybe it was Mr. Fox that won it last week. Anyway, if it was, Spectre Dawn's trying to regain his crown. Well, it was a good enough hit. The ball didn't get to a rail, but at least Slim's not left anything easy. But that was some shot by Larry there. He might have just dug a hole for himself doing it though. I don't know whether he played that, but you know he's got the hook, which I think might have been what he played for. But he wasn't maybe expecting a 7 to go in. Now how's this look? Well, the 4 cuts, so he's got to get out into the table, and now it's all looking good for Slim. Now again, back up into the table to open up the angle in the 6. So Slim on the hill, 1 away from this week's Friday Night 9-Ball final, but I think he's dry. Did something go? Aye, the 4 ball's gone. I'll tell you something though, the 2 ball isn't going anywhere unless he comes down table to bank this or tries to play the combo. But he's got a good line to try and get across the other side for the bank. No, he's trying to get as good as he can on this. I don't think he could have played this a great deal better. That's probably about as good as he could expect, but he's just trying to duck. And that, well, it's got cover partially. Now Larry has got a risky shot here if he's going to try it. he can end up scratching. But I don't know whether you can see enough of the 2 ball to do it. Looks this is really touchy. I don't know that it's on. I don't think Larry does either. I think he's just trying to send the 2 ball up table. Well, it's as awkward as it could possibly be. It's not easy either way. Choose your pocket and go. Yeah, that was tough. Either pocket was tough. Well, Larry's got his back against the wall, and he's looking to take this match all the way. Drop down, just keep it down this end for the 5 into the side. 6 ball, let's have a look at what angle he's got. Yeah, he'll just roll straight through. No, he's trying to stun behind now. You could have just rolled through. That would have worked. Well, this is a bit of a little dink. This 8 ball. But in it goes. So we're going all the way. So I assume that is Spectre Dawn waiting in the loser of this match coming across. This looks dry. Let's have a quick look. Oh no, Spectre Dawn. Who's Spectre Dawn playing? Is that Stefan? Can you see? Yes it is, and it's 1 apiece at the moment in that match. Well, we'll dive straight in there obviously as soon as this is over. Although that other match, I mean it's only a race to 4, but it can be over so quickly with Spectre Dawn being in it. Well, this is the important one already, getting on the 4 and getting an angle to get on the 5. But the other one is getting good in the 6. Now you can get good in the 6 where the cue ball is at the moment. Anywhere up that right side, inside the 9 ball will do. Yeah, a few of them went. One lost side, one went. It was 1 as well. Just trying to get inside the 9, which he has done. And loads of room to come around a couple of rails onto that 7. Well, the rule with this is get down at the back end of this 8 ball. Either take it into the side or up table while it's going into the side. And Slim is going to be through into this week's Friday night 9 ball final. And Larry's going to have to battle it out. But he's going to have a little wait while that match with Stefan and Spectre Dawn is completed. And we'll head straight in there right now. It was 1 apiece when we checked there. And it's now 2-1 to Spectre Dawn. And Stefan is getting a 7 ball. And is that the Is that the 4 ball that's up there? Yeah, and it's easy enough to get on it. There's loads of room to get on that 4 ball. Although he might be a bit straight in the 3. Let's have a look. Well, he's got to punch this in, get the cue ball out, and that'll do it. He's got probably got it out a wee bit too far. He would have liked it a wee bit better than that, but that'll do it. And it's thin as well, but he's controlled the cue ball well. And I don't think that could have landed much better. He's got a nice little angle on this 6 also to get up the table or down the table as we look. Excuse me. Oh dear, Spectre Dawn has taken his eye right off the ball. And a gift for Stefan that he can't miss this 7 ball. And suddenly it's 2-all, and Spectre Dawn was a jaw away from being in the hill, and Stefan certainly gets 1 ball in the break, and he's got a shot on the 1 ball, and he could be on the hill himself in a minute because these balls are all good. That needs to slow up or he's dead. And he's dead. He's getting into it too much, I think. I think he can blast this and cut it. He's just got to hope he still sees the 3 ball. I'm pretty certain he can blast it. How's his luck? He might be on it into the side. Well, it will go into the side. But it's tough. Oh, that was well done, but how's his luck in the 4? No good. I think he can get enough of the edge to play. Well, he's played this with left English. I'd be trying to cut that across and bank it. He's maybe just trying to get it to the top rail. Well, I suppose it could have finished worse, but this 4 will bank, and it will bedhead cut also, although it's very thin. And then it goes. Where's the cue ball going though? It might be hooked behind the 9. It needs to keep running. And up it goes, and it is. It's okay, but again, this is not easy at this distance. And again, because the cue ball has to travel after pot the 6, you've got to get back into the table. And that was a well played shot again with Spectre Dawn. Perfect. And so Spectre Dawn takes out Stefan by 4 racks to 2. Tell a lie, he's only going to 3-2. What am I talking about? It's getting to that time of night, guys. The old brain is ready to go. I jumped the gun there. I take it all back. He's on the hill now. I think that's my brain telling me to get to bed. 3 ball goes in. Now, I don't think he's any good in the 1. It certainly doesn't go. Got to come up with something though. Something that's good. Well, again, Spectre Dawn's safety's absolute crap. I mean, that was awful. That's probably one of the worst safeties I've seen. from a player of that level. I mean, that was god awful. That Steve, I don't think Steve wants to see that, and that was just as bad by Stefan on the 2-ball. And again, can consider himself lucky that he ended up there. But Spectre Dawn trying to make up for the disappointment the last attempt, plays the combo, didn't mess about. 2-ball still in play, but what to do to get onto that 5. And again, he's content to leave it at this awkward distance. I mean, this is, there's no way this is something I'm giving to him here. This is tough. And the 9-ball might be in the way as well. It's a bad enough pot in the 5, but where the 9-ball is, it's interfering with play. You don't want that 9-ball to be there. He's checked the cue ball to get up, to avoid it, and that's why he's missed the 5. I mean, the 5 was bad enough, but when you start putting English on it, you make it the shot doubly difficult. But look at how he's finished. He's come up smelling the roses. Oh, that's unlucky. I thought he was going to scratch there. And that's not a bad result either for Stefan. Because this is, take your pick what you want to do here. It will bank. It'll bank either way. But if you bank it that way into this pocket, you're going to be dodgy to go on the 6. But he's just trying to send it to safety. And again, well, although he hasn't in theory left a pot on, he's left the bank on. And this would be worthwhile having a go if I was Stefan, because the cue ball's heading in the right direction. And that's well done. And it's not great on the 6, but he's got a chance. He's got a chance. And he'll take a big chunk of this 8-ball, and he could be home and dry here. And this is match ball as long as the 8-ball gets out of the way. I tell a lie, this to take it to the hill. I'm getting excited here. It's late. I've got every excuse in the book. I'm an invalid as well. So it is hill. 3 apiece. And another hill match. Well, the 2-ball and the 6-ball go in. And, well, nothing great in the 1. I mean, the 1 doesn't go past the 9. Now, how does he come up with something that's decent here? And that needs to get behind the 9, but it hasn't got tight. And you know what Spectre Dawn will be doing. The other problem, of course, is down this end of the table. The 4-ball isn't going there. It's ugly where the 4-ball is. So that problem that we have at the bottom of the table here is going to be the thing that's crucial to the winning of this match. But I'd much rather be the one that's at the table with the opportunity to do something with this, whether it be a lock-up safe or something like that. Well, he's got the 3 now. How does he fancy just chipping the edge of that 4? Well, that gap, I don't think that you need to be so accurate if you're going to roll through that 4. He's got to kick this, and that 4-ball won't get away from there. That was the problem, because it was running full into the 7. And Spectre Dawn will be happy with that, reasonable enough. I mean, it's not a bank. And Stefan's looking for a way to get away with this 4-ball. And that, I'm afraid, might be his last shot right there. Well, I say his last shot, because that 7-ball, again, is it needs a delicate touch to drop that into the side, but Spectre Dawn has got pretty good on it, just to drop it in, and it's all over as quick as that. So now we have Spectre Dawn and Larry battling it out to get to the final. So well done to Stefan for getting this far. Spectre Dawn marches on, and we'll get confirmation. We've got Larry waiting there. So Larry is looking for revenge. He's looking to get to the final to take on Slim again. And the room will be up, and we will immediately get ourselves in. Larry, of course, in, keen to go. Spectre Dawn will be a minute or two before he arrives. It usually always is. And while we're waiting, I'll be back in a minute. I'm just going to put the heating off. It's getting a bit warm. Well, I'm back in time. Inspector Dawn's still not in the room. Welcome to Potman. So we'll get Spectre Dawn on the right. The lag for the break, and it's only a race to 4, remember. And this one on the left looks good. And Larry wins the lag. Well, we're down to 8 on YouTube. No, tell a lie, we're just going up to 9. Maybe one or two will come back for the final, or maybe they're going to bed. Or going to dinner, depending where you are in the world. And I've also had a quick look at the HUD. We are playing a scratch match. Oh, that little brush on the 3 has given Larry a chance here to get the cut. And that's perfect, as long as it keeps coming out. Now he's in between shots here, but he's probably going to take it up top. Now he's looking at it on the side, he's looking at it up top. That's the one to play, I think. No, he's going the other way now. Now he's got to make sure that he can back into the table, or he dinks it in. I mean, he's got to thin this hard enough. So I think he's got to come back down this end of the table. Well, he'll take it. He'll settle for it. He didn't want to run into it, but at least he's got the shot, and he's going to be in the 8 ball. No doubt about that. And that was well done, because it was not, again, another gimme. So Larry is going to win the first rack on his break, after having won the lag. I've got this, because I've got the BT phone, I've got my mobile through BT as well as my internet. I've always had, what do you call it, BT Sports on my phone, so that when the Champions League matches are on, and what do you call the other leagues that they do now in Europe, the Europa League and the Conference League, I can watch whatever match I want live when it's on BT Sport, because I get it free as part of my mobile deal. Well, recently I discovered that the Discovery, in fact, I was digging through my old emails and I found one telling me that I now can get Discovery Plus. So I downloaded the app. It's a load of crap. I thought I mean, I know they do show occasionally snooker on it. I've not seen any yet. And the sports that they show are all the ones that you wouldn't bother your ass watching. It's all skiing and ski jumping at this time of year. Bit of motor racing. And then all of these, paranormal programs and animal programs. So I've barely flicked through it. I don't think I've watched anything on it yet. Right, I'll bring up the sports at the moment. You've got cycling as well. I'm not into watching that. You've got bloody ice skating upcoming, World Championships. You've got, well, there's one decent thing on it for some guys. Some guys like watching the super bikes, so I've got that on it. What else are they showing? A lot of cycling. You've got the World Women's Curling Championships that are on at the moment. That's on it. More alpine skiing. Documentaries on Pelé. What the hell's that thing? Seventh Heaven, a video of Stephen Hendry winning his 7 world titles. The Men Who Sold the World Cup, a documentary. You know, stuff that's been seen elsewhere. That's all I do on it. I flick through it and I look at things, but I never watch anything. I'll use it if the snooker's on it, on the odd occasion. But anyway, where have we got to? Well, we'll get Spectre on about to square the match. That's what's happening. No, I mean, I got rid of Sky a number of years ago because it was getting too expensive, and I sat and I thought before I cancelled it. You know, what do I actually watch on Sky? Well, I watched the football when there was a certain big match I would want to see, whether it be the Merseyside Derby or Man United, Liverpool, stuff like that. And then I thought, well, when that's not on, what do I watch? All I watched was UK Gold. Only Fools and Horses and all of that stuff, so I thought, no, I'm getting rid of it. And I haven't regretted it. I mean, I would love to have it, but I think it's far too expensive. So any matches I want to see, I just watch them illegally on the live streams. There's plenty of live streams out there. Well, Larry now in full control of this rack. If he wants to take it, he needs to slow up. He doesn't want to go too far. I've never had any of these things like fire stick or whatever. And again, I mean, it all sounds good, but you've got to think about, if you look at it at the moment, how much I watch of television. I've said it before. I get up in the morning at 4 o'clock in the morning, and there's two times when I really watch television. First thing in the morning at 4 AM when I get up, I've got an hour to get my breakfast and get ready, and I'll have the telly on. So the first thing I watch is the news to see if anybody's died or something's blown up or whatever. I'll watch that, and then there was some crappy documentary about winter road rescue or something that's on. I'll watch a bit of that, and it'll be, and then two days later you'll switch it on at 4 AM in the morning, the same bloody programme will be on again that I watched 2 days before, exactly the same episode. And then I'll go to work, I'll finish my shift, come home, put the telly on, and organise something to eat. And usually when I get home, it'll be ITV4 that'll put it on to, because the Sweeney will be on, Minder will be on, stuff that I watched 30 odd years ago, 40 years ago. I'll watch a bit of that till I'm finished my breakfast. This is after coming home from work, or maybe lunch, depending on what shift I'm doing. I'll fall asleep in front of Minder or the Sweeney, and then I'll put the PC on, see what's happening on VP4, check my emails, and the telly only goes on again when I go down and get my dinner at night. And the same thing applies. When I get my dinner at night, I'll end up watching a repeated episode of Taskmaster, and then the telly goes off, and that's it. And so I basically I don't watch any of the drama or documentary stuff. I've no time, and I don't want to make the time for it either, because the next thing you know, I have to be in bed. So there's no way and no point and no value in me paying for Netflix, Sky, anything like that. None whatsoever. If I want to watch a movie, I'll find it online and I'll watch it. And that's how I've seen most of my movies in the last few years, is watch them online. Okay, the quality's nowhere near as good as watching it on a DVD, but it's acceptable if all you want to do is see the damn thing. So there's no value in me. I would get no value out of paying a big subscription for stuff that I've got no time to watch. Well, that's exactly it. I only watch the telly for the news. I've got nothing of interest in the telly. I mean, I make a point in watching, I like to watch Taskmaster when it's on, because it's a laugh. I'll watch the old episodes of MASH. I've seen them 100 times. I'm only interested in old stuff I used to watch. I'm not into any of the new stuff that's on. I've got no time for it. I've got nothing against people if they spend their pastime hours watching movies and watching things like, what was that big thing? I can't even remember the name of it. With all the butchery in it and everything. It's finally finished. There was about 5 or 6 series of it. I can't remember what it was called. There was a load of butchery in it. I think it was filmed in Ireland. What was it called? Somebody will know what I'm talking about. I think there was plenty of sex and butchery in it. Well, the only football I watch up here is when Celtic's playing, so I'll find a live stream for the Celtic's next match, watch it. Watch the cup finals because they're all on Sky or BT. Well, they're not on BT, they're on Sky. Or that other bloody channel that's come up now. What do they call, Viaplay or something? Never heard of them. But I think they're sponsoring the Scottish Cup. I don't know who the hell they are or what they're selling. Well, he's got a winning team at the moment, but it's not hard to have a winning team when you're with one of the highest earning clubs in Scotland. There only is 2 clubs in Scotland that basically have the attendances and the money coming in, but they're nothing in the league to be competing with anything in the Champions League. You just have to accept what you've got. We've got all the rejects that come from other countries that are no good to make the grade in their countries, and they come over here to get a good wage, do a couple of seasons and then bugger off usually. That's the story as it always has been for the last, 30 odd years. Well done to Larry. He's through 4 racks to 1. So Larry is going to get his revenge match with One Pocket Slim. And so the time is 10 minutes, well, almost 10 minutes past 10. We've got this week's Friday night final with Quasimodo, yours truly. And it's between One Pocket Slim and Larry. So 2 guys that are still in contention to win this year's Virtual 9-Ball World Championship. And 2 guys that are going to be playing in the next couple of days. Not each other, but they're going to be trying to survive in the tournament. So they're in and they're probably lagged off already. 2 of them keen to get it done with. And it's Slim that's won the lag. And off we go, race to 9. And Slim is getting last 2, which again doesn't matter. I think that's dry. I didn't hear anything go. Well, this guy, Postecoglou, I'd never heard of him. But the one thing that's become apparent is from where he was working previously, he's got a lot of contacts in the Asian countries, and obviously he's brought in 3 or 4 of these Japanese players, and the Japanese players I've been well impressed with. Maeda, I mean, he's a great little player. I mean, he is like the Duracell battery bunny. You wind him up, start him off, and he just keeps going. Of course, you've got what the hell's the name of the striker? His name's just gone straight out of my head. I had his name right in the edge of the tip of my lip there, and a tip of my tongue. What the hell's he called? Kyogo and Hatate. That Atati, he's a great little. I mean, give him another couple of seasons, and he'll be a cracking little player. Again, they're just like dynamos. These Japanese players, they just do not stop. They don't. I mean, they're not like some of these continental players who stand around scratching their asses, doing nothing. I mean, they're 100 miles an hour all the time. So he's made some good signings. I'll give him that. Oh, I mean, the Japanese guys, I mean, again, that's from their, the Japanese work ethic anyway, and how, how their manners are and stuff like that. They just, they give 100%. You can never accuse them of not giving 100%. You see it week in, week out. But as I say, they're at a level which is probably as far as they're going to go. But again, it's nowhere near the level and quality that teams like Celtic and Rangers have to be if they're going to be competitive in the Champions League. They don't have the money. Not only the money to bring in big players, but let's be brutally honest. There's nothing attractive about trying to sign some big name player to come to this country and play football at this time of year in the piss and rain and sleet, and it's a freezing wind. It is not a nice place to be playing football. And apart from Ibrox and Celtic Park, there's no many stadiums you'd want to be seen in either. It's amazing that 80 years ago, I think about 80 years ago, the three largest stadiums in the footballing world were all in Glasgow. They were all in Glasgow, and they were all within about 5 miles of each other. You had Hampden Park that could hold 140,000 crammed in. You had Ibrox Stadium that could get 100,000 in it. You had Celtic Park that had 92,000 in it. They were the three biggest stadiums in the world at that time, and that shows you how big football was back in the day. That's when it was a working class sport where it cost you nothing to get in, nothing for a programme. You could throw the kids over the turnstiles, and back then most people behaved themselves. Well, I'm lucky to say that I had been to Hampden Park a number of times before they tore it down, and I'll tell you something. When I first went to Hampden Park, I went in the Rangers end. That was the end of the ground that had the roof on it. The Celtic end was wide open. That's in the east end of the stadium, and when I went up the stairs, and as soon as I got to the top of the stairs, it was a night game. I think it was a Scotland game. It was back in the days when we used to do the, what was it you called, the home internationals. You had Scotland, Northern Ireland, Wales, and England. And I remember walking up the stairs. The floodlights were on, and that was my first time going into Hampden Park. What a size of a stadium! I mean, it was filthy. Old railway sleepers and ash on the terracing, but it was bloody huge. I mean, you had the big main stand, and you had the north stand above a huge enclosure and then you realise how you could get 140,000 in there. Absolutely enormous stadium, and it's a pitiful sight now. I think what they've done with Hampden's horrible. I mean, if they were going to rip Hampden Park down, they should have ripped it down completely and made it like Celtic Park. Squared it off and brought the stands down closer to the end of the goals. They've still left the running track around the stadium, which I think makes it horrible. I think they should have spent a bit more money and making it a far more modern stadium. It's not a modern stadium. It's far from it. That's just a botched job the way it is at the moment. I don't think it's a very good national stadium. I think Ibrox or Celtic Park's a far better national stadium than Hampden Park is. Anyway, back to the matter in hand. How did I start talking about football? Oh, well, we were talking about fire sticks and stuff in Sky Sports, weren't we? So Larry, 1-0 up. See, I start waffling on and I lose track of where I am. Yeah, of course, Slim put Larry into the one-loss side, so Larry's in a mean mood. Well, he's come up dry, and Slim has a shot, and he's the only problem ball is a 4. That's going to be the big issue, how he deals with the 4 ball. Now, he could obviously get onto that long rail on the right, play the 4 onto the 7, but he's got to pot the 2 ball and get the 3 first of all. I think Slim was looking for an angle in that 3 to try and come up and draw and spin into that 4. Now Larry's got the same idea. I don't know whether he's gone too far. I think he has. And he's just going to take his medicine. But this is no great as a combo. Look at the way the 7 ball's sitting. No, that was well done. And he's got a nice little roll of the ball and a bump, and he's still got a shot in the 4. Although he's going to probably have to run this cue ball. But he's overcut the 4. And so Slim should be off the mark. So he only needs to get the 5, the 6 and the 8. Well, we're back to 10 people on YouTube, so some of you have come back to see the final. Welcome back. So Slim's got himself into the game, and again this looks dry, very dry, as dry as an Arab sandal. Oh, that's got to get to the rail. I just got there. Right, while they're messing about here, and especially for the latecomers, if I can remember what I'm doing, I'm just going to go over what I went over earlier on. So for some reason it's going to be a repeat. So the Virtual 9-Ball World Championships, we've got a match. In fact, we'll get the two matches tomorrow night. We've got Bill against Spectre Dawn on the one-loss side, and that's at 8:30 my time. And the clocks go forward at 1 AM on Sunday morning my time. We've also got Albinario and Bankster starting half an hour later. Then on the Sunday, at whatever time it is on the Sunday, somewhere around 6 or 7 o'clock, I think it's 7 o'clock Sunday, my time, that'll be British summertime as of Sunday. We've got Slim against Semi-Pro, which is a round 5 match, I think. And then we've got another big match between Larry and Cobra, which I think is round 5. And that is on Tuesday at 6:30 my time. I'll be there for that. So that's what we've got to look forward to. Some good matches to come. Meanwhile, we're still in this 4th rack. Nice little jump from Larry. No luck in the 3, going to have to bail out again. Well, again, when he gets this in, he's going to be unlucky not to have shot in the 4. And now, having said that, well, he has got a shot in the 4. It drops into the side. Now, he's just going to come off it and hold for the 5. Try to drag it in and kill it. Well, he looks a strong favourite to extend his lead. I must admit that the delay on YouTube tonight is quite long. Oh dear. No sooner have I said that than Larry is spinning the cue ball out to get an 8, and he's spun the 6 ball into the jaws. I'm going to count how long the delay is from when I see this shot here, because I think Larry's actually almost got. Yes, he has. He's hooked Slim. And there's not much room up and down to get to that 6. He's trying to jump right. I'm going to count and watch it on my monitor, my second monitor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I think I'm lagging on YouTube. I'm going to refresh my second monitor because that's a ridiculous amount of time. Now, what the hell's happened there? Two, 3, 4. Right, that's better. It's down to 4 seconds now. The thing is, if you let the stream run, I've had my second monitor on the live stream since the start of the night, and if you just let it run and run, it seems to lag longer and longer. I think you're better to refresh your stream maybe every 10 or 15 minutes. Because when I counted there, it was like 11 seconds delay. So I think the best advice is when you're watching the live stream, I think you're better refreshing your stream every 10-15 minutes. because I'm now down to 4 seconds on the YouTube stream. And it's usually a wee bit quicker than that on Twitch. Well, that's I don't know whether he deliberately played to break them out, because he was never going to be guaranteed with any shot in the two. He's had to play the kick. Well, welcome to Albie. Welcome back to Semi-Pro. Well, if you weren't here earlier on, One Pocket Slim sent Larry to the one-loss side. Larry's just come through the semi-final match with Spectre Dawn. Obviously Larry won it. And Larry looking for revenge. Oh, I think he's landed pretty good on this 5. Well, Larry's now building up a little lead here. 4-1 up. A little bit of a safety net. Where's the cue ball going? Oh dear. Well, Slim's got to hope that Larry can't get the job done here, because there's problems up top. Now, he has to get really good on the 5. If he gets really good on the 5 like there, he can get on that 6 no problem. And he's got the angle on the 4 to get that good angle on the 5. He needs to get up to here. Someone like there. And that will do. That will do. That will do perfectly. That won't do, because he's gone too far. And now he's dealing with the 8 ball, and we don't know where this cue ball's going to finish. Now, he's got to get right into it here. And that won't do. What, are the English all slavering, blubbering fools, are they? Is that what you're saying, Semi? Well, that's a good shot. That is a good shot by Larry, that 7 ball, because that was not easy. It might have looked easy enough. Well, if I don't hold my my lip on the right hand side, I don't even think I sound like Sean Connery, other than the fact that I'm Scottish. Well, we're waiting on some sort of response from Slim. You know, sometimes I can talk away and eventually try and get to Sean's voice. It really does always sort of get sort of. I don't know how long it takes. Sometimes I hit the mark, and it's really, he sort of chooses his words. Most of the time he says words, he's chewing the words, a bit like that. What was that programme that was on in the late 80s, maybe the early 90s? What the hell was it called? It was on Channel 4. I'll never remember the name of it, and I won't get to sleep until I remember the name of it. Do 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 do. That was the theme tune of it. Do 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 do. What was it called? They used to have the committee meeting, the sort of Scottish country village meeting, and they used to talk about Seen Canary. That was Sean Connery. What the hell was it called? Because it had Scottish actors in it. Oh shit. That's what bugs me, trying to remember the name of something. I mean, it was one name. What was it called? Oh god. I'll need to Google it. Oh, what was it called? Anyway, they used to call him, yes, Mr. Seen Canary. Not Sean Connery. Seen Canary. They've pronounced his name phonetically. And it had Mad McGlashan, you know, the sort of nationalistic Scottish guy in it. He used to wear the big tartan bonnet and the kilt, and he was always angry. He was always angry at being Scottish. What was it called? Oh God. There'll be clips of that on YouTube as well. That's a good bank. Well, Slim has got to find a way back into this quick. Good chance here to rescue the situation, or at least start to. He's not got a problem. They're all there. Right, I'm going to. This is a brilliant thing I have on the phone. I'm going to get on the phone and I'm going to go to YouTube and I'm going to find that damn program, and then you guys can go and have a look at some of the clips of it. What the hell is it called? I'll find it one way or another. It'll annoy me. I can't go to bed. Oh God. Mind you, I don't know what I'm looking for. Well, I know what I'm looking for, but I don't know what to put in. What the hell's it called? Oh, I'll type in McGlashan. I'll find him that way. Oh, that's what it was called. Do any of you remember the programme back in the sort of late 80s called Absolutely? That was the name of it. And Mad McGlashan, the Scotsman. Get because it's brought up from YouTube videos with McGlashan on it. Oh, you've got to watch that. And see if you can get some episodes of Absolutely. It's not Absolutely Fabulous, it's just called Absolutely. That was funny, I used to like watching that. Yeah, that's it. Now I can go to bed and I'll be fine. But I could not go to bed with that in the back of my mind and sleep. I just simply have to find the answer to it. I knew if I typed in McGlashan I would find it. Well, Slim's comeback isn't going to start. Larry, I think, will go, well, he can go forward here. Now he's coming back. He's just going to leave the cut. None of you remember watching Absolutely on Channel 4. So 6-2 to Larry, 3 away. Oh dear. Well, you know what you'd have heard there. Scratch the break. It's going to have to be a 5-8 combo at some point or other. In fact, it might have to be a 4-5-8 combo. I mean, if any guys are for the UK, I mean, I remember watching the last episode of Dad's Army when it was shown in the telly on the final series. That's going back to 1978. I remember specifically watching that because we never had a video recorder back then. I remember watching the last series of Steptoe and Son, and I think it was 1974. I remember watching that. I remember the first thing that I saw on my black and white Sanyo portable telly, the first portable telly I ever had. And I remember the first programme that I watched then, and it was Superstars. You know that, again, if you go onto YouTube and you type in Superstars, you'll see old episodes or clips of old episodes of that where they did bicycle racing, squat thrusts. It was like a competition between different sportsmen. I used to watch that. That was the first thing I saw in my black and white Sanyo portable back in 19 whatever that was. Well, that's a cracking shot by Slim. Gets him out of trouble. And another cracking little bank on the 4. He's going to have to billiard the 8 in. And he's got the billiard. Oh, now he's hanging on with the skin of his teeth here. This is another toughie. Well, he's hoping the 6 doesn't get in. He's trying to duck behind the 9. But Larry will have a dig at this over the 9. And it might not be any good for Slim. Because Larry's going to be extremely unlucky if he can't get on the 6. Oh, he's got the jump, he's got the cut, but he's overcut it. And Slim can get yet another one back, and he'll be right in this match. So the lead is now down to 3. And Slim has a ball. He's got 2 balls, and he's also on the 2. The 1 has gone. The 4 is handy. But now he's got the 1 that makes or breaks the rack, but he's got an awful lot of work to do here again. Now, I don't know whether he can get out of there. Can he get in behind that 7? Oh dear. I think he was hoping to, I don't know whether he was hoping to bump the 7, but he hit that far too hard. And from having an odds-on certainty there, if he'd got on the 5 to be out, Larry's going to pinch it, I think. I was watching ITV4 the other night, and they've been showing some of the James Bond films, and you realise how old you're getting when you remember when you went to see Live and Let Die in 1973. I saw that when I was on holiday with my mother and father, and I think we were in the Isle of Man at the time, and we went to the cinema and we saw Live and Let Die. And I'm thinking, and talking about this political, no, it wasn't the Live and Let Die that was on it, but that's what I did watch. But the film that was on the other night there was The Man with the Golden Gun, and I'm thinking about how politically incorrect that particular movie was, if you remember, because you had the use of racial terminology in that. I'm surprised they don't. I'm surprised they didn't give you a warning about that when it came on. You remember the cop that was in it, that was on holiday. I think it was Thailand. JW, his wife called him, and he had all sorts of names for all the local people in that film. It was funny back then, but it's not politically correct now. So Larry is 2 away. Oh, that's a cheeky little shot there. Can he sneak through there? Yes, he can. That's even cheekier. Larry's giving as good as he's getting here. Jesus Christ. Howard the Duck. You know something, Semi? I've never seen that film. And you know something else? I never will. I'm proud to say it. I never will. I don't think that's ever been in the telly. If it has done, I've never seen it. And I don't remember ever seeing Ishtar in the telly either. That was another dud with Dustin Hoffman and what's his name? Shirley MacLaine's brother. What was he called? Oh, I've forgotten his name as well. Only a Swede would think Howard the Duck was a good movie. I just went with the title and thought it was crap. You remember who I'm talking about? JW or GW, whatever she called him. He just reminded me of Deputy Dog. Now there's guys out there don't know what I'm talking about Deputy Dog. You just think about all those great cartoons you used to like when you were a kid, and they never show them now because they're politically incorrect. That's sad. Well, just got to get up the table, really. not trying to dink back with this. He looks as if he's trying to. No, he is stunning it up. Now the problem, of course, here is he's taking a chunk of the 9 and he doesn't want to send it to the rail. Or if he does, he wants to send it hard enough so it comes back out. Well, that'll do it. He sent it to the pocket. So Larry on the hill. Well, I think this is good for these two guys, considering they've got big matches coming up over the next few days. That they've both got to the final this week. Try and keep their form up. Oh, you think he might have cleaned it, Albie? Well, it's working at the moment. But it's got to work at the right time in the next day or so. Larry's came up dry. And Slim, with no shot, looking to push. Well, he's got to be careful with this because he could end up in a heap of trouble. Now, the bank is on. The cut, no, I don't think he can get to the one to cut the one onto 6. He can't get there, but the bank is certainly on. Now he needs to get covered behind the 5 or the 3, whatever ball it is. It's a 3. And that's not really that good, is it? And the cue ball stays in the table. Now, there's the problem. The 8 doesn't go. And the one good thing though is that if Slim can take the 4 and the 5 out clean, well, I say the one good thing, he's had to pot the 7 using the 3, obviously, not the 7, the 6 using the 3. The ball that he's going to pot to go on the 7 is the one that he has to play the good one onto the 7 so he can pot the 7 and play the breakout. And that is not great. Because he's looking for the angle to pot that 7. And well, this is looking better. It might be too straight. No, he's going to have to force it in and get the spin working. Well, I think the problem here is a double kiss off the 8. Who's trying to billiard. Yeah, he's got it. I'll give him that. I didn't think it was really on. There's always a risk of that double kiss, but he's got away with it. And he survives another rack. Well, look at this mess. Slim is dry. And Larry just trying to duck in behind that 6 and 4, but he didn't want to hit as much of that 6. Because that's opened it up, and this is going to be jumped. And as long as he can get down the table or stay there, he'll see the 2. But with that shot that Larry's just played, he's left the 4-ball dead against the 6, so that's going nowhere fast either. And I don't think he's got far enough on the 2. I think he's going to have to kick it in. Well, I don't fancy Larry's next shot, that's all I'm saying. Because he was always going to be nailed. And he's got to be careful he doesn't catch the 3 the wrong side, because he could end up in that middle pocket. Well, that was nowhere near the mark. Well, with ball in hand, I'm pretty certain the 4 doesn't go. But he can get a nudge. Well, that's not great. He wanted to get away from that 4-ball. But yeah, well, my advice is get yourself into Virtual Pool 4 online. Pull one of these 2 guys up for a game and a race to 7 and see how well you do. And then come to the conclusion of whether they're not playing pool or not. Okay, it's a virtual game, but you're talking about 2 of the best players in the game, of which there are a fair few. So there's trouble ahead here, and now let's see. Well, this is gone too straight. Well, I mean that is way too thin for a billiard, and he squeezed it in off the back of the 8. That's a great shot. That is a cracking shot. And Larry, with this 8-ball, will be home and dry, because there's no way he's missing a 9. He's got the knuckle. No, he hasn't. I thought he'd caught the knuckle. So it's well done to Larry. He's in good form, and he wins this week's Friday night 9-ball by 9 racks to 4. So Larry got revenge in the end, and we'll see that by looking at the bracket, because the hot seat match was won by One Pocket Slim, and Larry had to battle it out in one lost side and took out Spectre Dawn, and then got his revenge in the final. So well done to him, well done to Slim as well. He didn't play bad. He just came up against the better player in the night. And so that is it, folks. Thanks all for your company. Well done to Larry. Well done to Slim. And we will see you tomorrow night, hopefully. If you can't be there, then get onto YouTube. You'll be able to watch the matches. Any of the ones that I've streamed in this Virtual 9-ball World Championships, you'll see them on the playlist. And I will see you tomorrow. And until then, we will bid you good night.